Good morning. I'm Josh Lipsky, Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomics Center. On behalf of the Geoeconomics Center and the Africa Center and my colleague, Ambassador Ramayad, we are pleased to welcome you today for this conversation on reforming the Bretton Woods institutions from an African perspective. This event is part of the Atlantic Council's IMF World Bank Meetings event series that convenes finance ministers and central bank governors from around the world. This series complements the Geoeconomics Center's Bretton Woods 2.0 projects, which examines the future of the Bretton Woods institutions and works to reimagine governance of the international financial system for the modern global economy. The challenges and opportunities for the African continent feature across the Atlantic Council's work. Just last week, at a special Atlantic Council event, the president of the World Bank Group, David Malpass, highlighted Africa's central role in addressing the challenges of the next decade. This week, the Africa Center has hosted ministers from Cameroon, Senegal, and Nigeria for public and private discussions on their priorities during the spring meetings. Simply put, Africa is at the heart of the Atlantic Council. Later today, we will host Morocco's finance minister as we look forward to the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank that will be held in Marrakesh in October. And I am pleased to announce that the Atlantic Council will be at those meetings and will launch new research on reforming the Bretton Woods system in close collaboration with our key partners at the Policy Center for the New South. But first, we have a fantastic event this morning. We are pleased to be joined by His Excellency Ken Ofori-Atta, Finance Minister for the Republic of Ghana. And we are also joined by Alexia Latortue, Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development at the U.S. Department of Treasury. And in a moment, Alexia will provide keynote remarks. I welcome the Minister and the Assistant Secretary, and I thank you both for being at the Council. Now, this event will feature a special presentation from our experts, Modibo Makalu and Amin Mohseni Chiraglu. Then we will hear directly from a range of distinguished speakers in a conversation moderated by Yinka Adegoke, the Africa editor of Semaphore. Yinka will introduce our entire panel and guide us through today's events. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for being with us for IMF World Bank Week at the Atlantic Council. And Yinka, over to you.
Thank you, Josh. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited about our distinguished panel of speakers. They're going to be trying to move this conversation forward, and obviously we're going to solve the entire Bretton Woods 2.0 and what it looks like in 1 hour. But let me first introduce our speakers, because it's a really excellent panel. First, we have Ottaviano Canuto, a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Sanjeev Gupta, he's the Executive Director for Financial Services at the Africa Finance Corporation. And Laure Keichel, she's the founder and CEO of the Global Sovereign Authority. Carlos Lopez, who I've followed for a long time, is the chairman of the board and chair of the Advisory Council for the African Climate Foundation. And Carmen Magarinos, she's Director for Development Cooperation in Africa and Asia, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation for the Kingdom of Spain. And she'll bring the European perspective on this topic. So welcome, distinguished guests. And with that, I hand over to the Assistant Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and good morning. Thanks to Josh, and thank you to Ambassador Yade. It's great to see everyone here today. I had the fortune to travel with Secretary Yellen earlier this year on her 3-country trip to sub-Saharan Africa. In Senegal, she gave her main speech of the trip, and she sent a very clear message. We, the United States, believe that Africa will shape the future of the global economy. This mission and vision matches what I read in a note from the Atlantic Council about your upcoming report on the Bretton Woods reform. And that is the case that sustained, robust, and green growth in Africa will not only move hundreds and millions of people out of extreme poverty on the continent, but will also accelerate a global rebound and recovery. And so I'm particularly pleased to be here this morning to speak about MDB evolution and how it relates to sub-Saharan Africa. I look forward to everyone's perspectives on these issues as we reflect on what we've achieved so far, as well as the road ahead to Marrakesh. So let me start with, why did Secretary Yellen launch this MDB Evolution initiative? Simply put, it was the recognition that the world faces an increasingly number of complex global challenges that cross boundaries and disproportionately affect poor people, low-income countries, and the most vulnerable. In particular, climate change, pandemics and health security, fragility and conflict are already threatening progress on poverty reduction and achievement of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. 17 of the world's top 20 climate vulnerable countries are African. We see how climate change is dampening agricultural yields and driving food insecurity in Africa. And we've all seen how threats to global health can disrupt entire societies and economies, leading to the first increase in extreme poverty in decades. Africa has also been disproportionately impacted by global health challenges, from malaria to HIV/AIDS to Ebola. And conflict not only causes immense human suffering, of course, but it stunts economic growth, contributes to significant displacement of people, and dealing with it can stretch and deplete the budgets of government. Addressing these challenges more effectively, challenges that affect countries and local communities in very real ways, and thus these global challenges are intimately linked with national challenges, requires evolving the development banks to be fit for purpose for the 21st century. Addressing global challenges and reducing poverty and boosting inclusive and sustainable economic growth are interlinked and mutually reinforcing goals. One cannot have one without the other, and MDBs must do both. Now, this does not mean that we're moving away from the traditional work of development banks. The better we are able to tackle climate change, fight future pandemics, and address fragility in the world, the more effective our efforts will be in supporting sustainable economic development more broadly, including in Africa. We expect increased MDB support for tackling global challenges to directly benefit Africa, which is uniquely vulnerable to these challenges and less prepared, unfortunately, to manage them when they hit. So let me go now to the work that we've done at the World Bank, because we've started with the World Bank. Last autumn, shareholders at the World Bank issued a call for the institution to begin a process to involve the institution, focusing on the bank's mission, its incentive structures, its operational approach, and its financial capacity. 6 months later, it's remarkable how MDB evolution has taken center change at the World Bank these spring meetings. Importantly, shareholders have made clear that evolution must be to the benefit of all countries at the World Bank. And while we look to evolve the World Bank Group, we, the United States, remain steadfast in our support for IDA, for the poorest and most vulnerable countries. For this reason, we also urge the bank to evolve, as it evolves the World Bank, to also sustain support for IDA and find a way to deal with the declining in annual lending limits that we see coming in 2024. So at this week's Development Committee plenary, we took a solid step forward on the road to achieving our shared evolution agenda. First, we sharpened the mission of the World Bank. We now have a World Bank that will, yes, absolutely seek to end extreme poverty, boost shared prosperity, and also build resilience. Second, we began to strengthen the bank's operational model, with the bank explicitly recognizing that a country's development challenges emanate not only from country-specific factors, but also from regional and global factors. The bank will move systematically to integrate these challenges in its diagnostic work, country engagement, and how it measures results, as well as prioritizing the mobilization of private capital and domestic resources. And third, we are taking steps to increase the bank's financing capacity by responsibly stretching its balance sheet and pursuing innovative measures. Now, shareholders agreed on Wednesday to undertake reforms that could add up to $50 billion in financing over the next 10 years. That's a roughly 20% increase in the bank's current lending levels. This is progress, but there is still so much more to do. We must push forward with a staged implementation process that sees additional reforms implemented by shareholders on a rolling basis through to the annual meetings in Marrakesh and beyond, quite likely. I'd like to share with you some examples of the work still ahead. On mission, We really appreciate the work that the board has done to revise and update its mission statement. But it's the result of long discussions by the board, and it's not really understandable to the outside world. And so we now, at the political level, must ask the bank to communicate a mission that really will energize its staff and its stakeholders. And so on that note, we would like the new World Bank president, when he comes in, to really add to ending extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity, building resilience as a goal for the bank. On the operational model, we need to develop a concessionality framework that will guide the deployment of concessionality to the activities for which it is most needed and better links bank operation with existing pools of concessional money. In addition, we need to get quite detailed about incentives, including for staff, to work global challenges into country engagement and increase domestic resource and private capital mobilization. We also need to explore ways for the World Bank to better be able to finance at the subnational level, municipalities, for example, as well as at the supranational level. For example, when the pandemic hit, if the World Bank Group had been able to lend directly to COVAX, to Gavi, UNICEF more rapidly, it would have made a big difference. Finally, on the financing agenda, we need to push forward further implementation of the Capital Adequacy Framework report that the G20 produced, including further work to shift the equity-to-loan ratio to create more capital headroom, and also to incorporate a prudent share of callable capital into the capital adequacy framework of the World Bank Group. We need to focus more on MIGA and the IFC to be able to deliver more private capital into the challenges that we care about. This will require not just ambition and attention from the World Bank Group, but also ownership from developing countries to undertake the necessary reforms to provide the enabling environment to facilitate such mobilization. Taken together, these changes on vision, incentives, operational structure, and financing capacity will set us on a road for transformational change at the bank. And of course, these next steps coincide with President Malpass passing the evaluation agenda baton to his successor. We thank President Malpass, who was here at the Council recently, for his leadership on the first stage of the initiative. And we're very excited about the U.S.'s nominee for presidency of the World Bank, Mr. Ajay Banga. He, we believe, is the right leader to take the baton from President Malpass. He is uniquely positioned to advance this priority, and we look forward to the energy that he will bring to the World Bank Group. I recognize that MDB evolution is just part of a larger agenda that we're working on to really tackle the challenges of the continent. The work we do at the IMF, the very important work we do on debt, the work we do to really leverage all the climate trust funds to deliver for the region is all part of the challenge for the road to Marrakesh, and you have the U.S.'s commitment to work closely with you on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Assistant Secretary. Thank you very much for that really insightful talk. Now, our next speaker is it's such an honor to have him here. He's very much at the center of a lot of the discussions happening. It's my pleasure to introduce His Excellency, the Minister of Finance for the Republic of Ghana, Ken Ofori-Atta. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's good to be here. A difficult world, but I think we have the capacity to solve it. So let me really thank you for this invitation. Today's conversation is, of course, topical for this week, particularly because developing countries presently have multiple crises playing on our tables with impacts that have devastating consequences for our people. The COVID-19 pandemic, major international conflicts, the escalating effects of climate change, and worsening macroeconomic conditions have all contributed to a sense of uncertainty and anxiety across the continent. Truly, most African economies are struggling to keep up with an estimated 546 million people now living in poverty, almost 74% more than in the 1990s. And another 149 people, non-poor Africans, risks falling into this category. And by some estimate, almost 60% of the poorest countries are either in or at high risk of debt distress, nearly doubling since 2015, with an estimated 33 African countries having interest payments approaching or exceeding government spending on health and education. The future is in jeopardy. As chair of the V20 group of countries, I've seen firsthand the immense pressure that African countries are under to cope with this new normal. Honestly, it is disheartening to watch Africa struggle in this way, especially considering the potential loss of productivity over the next decade should African economies buckle under the weight of suffocating debts. The World Bank and other MDBs exist in part to solve this problem of eliminating poverty and shared prosperity. However, they are failing to do so at the scale and speed that is required. Indeed, development partners definitely, we all talk the talk, but unfortunately what Africa has seen is that the global north seemingly has its hands full with Ukraine at the expense of financial resources for other needs. Is the world capable of reacting quickly? Yes, it is. It did so with the Silicon Valley Bank. It did so with Credit Suisse. And did it come up with scale? It did also come up with scale. So the capacity is there. But then we are talking about a population of some 1.3 billion people in Africa, of which literally 63% are below the age of 30 and 40% below the age of 14. That is the human capital for the future. At a meeting yesterday, one minister remarked, "The developing world appears to be the sideshow, but never the main theater in times of crisis." One can only ask, where is the leadership to safeguard the prospects of almost 1.3 billion people who are set to represent a quarter of the world's population by 2050 and almost 1 billion of the youth? Moreover, another question, what happened to the spirit of change that led to the formation of the Bretton Woods system and the Marshall Plan? Enlightened self-interest suggests it is time for the world to take action and create a more inclusive global financial system that works for all nations. To start, Africa must have a seat at the table in the global multilateral system to ensure that international financial architecture provides the multiple levels of financing necessary to expedite development. Representation at the highest level of multilateral development banks should be based on a comprehensive matrix that encompasses crucial factors, currently economic and political power, but really it should add the size of population, the poverty level, and the climate impact. Then we truly will be at the table. Without African representation, solutions designed by those who need them most will remain out of reach. It is said that the arc of history will bend if Africa changes. We recommend the creation of a new fund, the Recovery and Sustainability Fund managed by the IMF, for that to literally be tripled for this. This fund will be capitalized by new or existing SDRs, which will be pledged as collateral against new tradable bonds with long maturities issued by participating indebted developing countries. With the guarantees of the RSF, the tradable bonds will command a higher credit rating and hence lower yields than the yields and interest on current external debt held by developing countries. The proceeds from these tradable bonds can then be used to retire the outstanding balance on existing debt and lead to significant reductions in debt service to more sustainable levels. Research carried out by Brookings suggests Such a structure could potentially lead to reductions in total debt service repayments of between 60 and 100 billion over the next 5 years for 77 developing countries. These resources would provide crucial resources to meet the vast and growing needs of Africa. On top of this, conversations must also continue on quota reform, a tripling of either resources and the evolution of operational procedures across MDBs to ensure they are responsive to the needs of developing countries and can support countries in building a resilient economies that can withstand shocks and deliver long-term prosperity. The only element that is missing now is the political will, strong leadership and commitment by the international community to ensure such structures are implemented as quickly as possible. Where are the leaders that led to Africa's emancipation? Where are the leaders that went through the World War? Where are the leaders that crafted the Bretton Woods institution? But there's hope. At this juncture, we have an amazing set of leaders, and they all happen to be women. Yellen, Mia Motley, Amina, and a few others. How do we use that power, that energy to move to a new trajectory? In an era of multiple crises that have ended progress in development gains, the international community has called on the Bretton Woods institution to evolve to meet the needs of the 21st century, and Alexia just enumerated those things. Time is of the essence, and the developing world calls for a spirit of fierce urgency from prominent development actors, not business as usual, and or unacceptable trade-offs with wild development gaps. So the road to Marrakesh must be a road in which not only do we have a high decibel level, but there must be action. We can't get from Marrakesh to COP28 with promises, but with real resolutions to these problems. We owe it to the people of Africa, we owe it to the V20 countries, and to future generations to seize this moment to reform the various elements underpinning the global financial architecture so as to create a world where every nation has the chance to prosper. We can solve the problems of debt, climate, and SDG. There is enough money in the private sector that can be used for that. So in the words of Martin Luther King, we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Thank you, and may God bless us.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for an excellent speech, which really provides insights and laid out what's at stake here. For our next presentation, we're going to have from the council itself, Modibo Makalu, who's an economist affiliated with the Africa Center here, and Amin Museni Cheraglu, who's also an economist here. And they're going to give us an early presentation, insights of how a Bretton Woods reform might look like, but also it's the first step of their report, which comes out in October at Marrakesh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh, His Excellency, Mr. Minister, and Madam Assistant Secretary, for your insightful remarks, and thank you, Ambassador Yad, for the invitation here. It's a pleasure to take the next few minutes to talk about our paper that me and my co-author, Modibo Makalu, will be working on over the next few months with the support of our colleagues at the Policy Center for the New South and our amazing research assistant from Princeton University, Kevin Ward. In a nutshell, the report will examine the urgency of Bretton Woods reform from an African perspective, while also situating the African economy into the context of the global economy. The global economy has entered a prolonged period of a slowdown. According to a new report from the World Bank, and I quote, global potential growth is expected to fall to a 3-decade low over the remainder of the 2020s. Nearly all the forces that have powered growth and prosperity since early 90s have weakened. Actually, as we see in Figure 1, the slowdown has been in the making for some time now. The 5-year moving average of world's real GDP growth has declined from 3.7% in 2000 to 2.4% in 2021. Some factors that have contributed to this slowdown are growing debt burdens, as was mentioned, increasing energy and food prices, rising geopolitical fragmentation, increasing cost of climate change, and lastly, the aging population in advanced economies and emerging markets and developing economies. In addition to the above issues, the triple back-to-back shocks of the pandemic, the Ukraine war, and the persistently high inflation rates and the rapidly rising interest rate environment have created new strong headwinds for the global economy. It is against this outlook that the report will present Africa's centrality in robust global recovery and rebound. In other words, we argue that a decade-long sustained, inclusive, and green growth in Africa will not only move hundreds of millions out of poverty in this continent, but it will also accelerate the pace of global rebound and recovery. This is for 3 main reasons. First, Africa is home to the world's youngest population structure, and it is expected to remain so for the future because of its robust population growth rates. Africa is home to 1.4 billion people. As we see in Figure 2, a whopping 2/3 of its population is under 30, and 40% is under the age of 14. Hence, the continent will enjoy having a young consumer market with high marginal propensity to consume, and an ample supply of young and talented labor force for at least the next 3 to 4 decades. While much of the rest of the world has been getting old, as you see in Figure 3, Africa's share of population age 65 and above has stayed overly constant over the past 3 decades at a mere 3%. Second, Africa is home to an incredible amount of diverse natural capital. Nearly 30% of the world's minerals, 8% of its natural gas, 12% of its oil reserves are in Africa. The continent is also home to 40% of the world's gold reserves. Moreover, the continent boasts the largest reserves of cobalt, diamond, platinum, and uranium. It also possesses 65% of the world's arable land. The continent also has immense solar and wind potential. For example, 1% of Sahara Desert area equipped with concentrated solar power plants would be more than sufficient to meet the electricity demand for all Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Third, Africa is surrounded by open seas and oceans on all sides, making it very easy to trade with. Of the 54 countries in the continent, 38 have access to open waters. The remaining landlocked countries can access open waters through at least one neighboring country. Given all the above, Africa can play a central role in the global economy. However, the continent is lagging behind the rest of the world on many crucial fronts, making it very difficult to achieve its immense potentials, not only for its own sake, but also for the sake of the global economy. Yes, there is a various heterogeneity and variation between countries in the continent, but the physical infrastructure is a case in point. As we see in this figure, 44% of Africans lack access to electricity, more than 70% lack access to basic drinking water and sanitation services, and 60% do not have access to internet, and only 2% have fixed broadband subscriptions. So to achieve its immense potential and contribute to a robust global recovery, we argue for a concentrated, big push style financial and technical support for Africa's physical and infrastructure and social infrastructure. Moreover, many African countries need help with developing their governance, financial, and legal institutions. Here, the Bretton Woods institutions can play a crucial role. A more active and focused engagement of the World Bank, IMF, and yes, WTO in Africa's development will help crowd in the much-needed institutional and private investment in the region's physical and social infrastructure. This will require a redoubled commitment from the Bretton Woods institutions to the continent, which will in turn call for significant reforms of these institutions. Some of the reforms could be increasing the operational and financial capacity of the bank, of these institutions, providing greater representation, as it was mentioned, and influence for African countries in these organizations, prioritizing programs that would integrate Africa into the global economy, interconnecting the continent's critical infrastructure and trade routes, and increasing involvement and collaboration with bilateral public and private lenders and investors, such as sovereign wealth funds and multinational corporations. To conclude my remarks, we argue that given its young demographics, its immense diverse set of natural capital, and its unique geography and location, Africa can help reverse the current downward trend in the global growth prospects. All Africa needs is a big push. Give the continent a big push, and it will help pull the global economy out of its current long-term downward cycle. The Bretton Woods institutions can and should support Africa on that front, both for Africa's sake and also for the sake of the global economy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to thank the organizers. I'm very humbled to be here. I would also like to thank the audience for making it out here, and also those that are watching over the networks. First of all, as you can see on this map, Africa is very diverse, and you can see real growth, economic growth rates between the countries, and going from 2% all the way to double digits now. Two countries, mainly Senegal and Niger, have found natural resources, mainly oil and gas. But what unites us here today is Africa is facing daunting challenges. How do we meet those challenges? With the support of Bretton Woods institutions, mainly the World Bank Group and the International Monetary Fund. You know that those challenges need pressing solutions, and we need to change paradigms. We need innovative solutions, we need swifter interventions, and we need a better dialogue and more ownership, a dialogue where Africans will have a say in the solutions they want for their problems. As we know, we have a more diverse world now, and one size fits all will not make it. As you know, Africa has very small countries and very large countries, and country context is very important. So, but eventually, we have economic communities, 8 regional economic communities within the African Union, and these are putting forward solutions also to African problems. But as we move forward, you can see that we are faced with macroeconomic instability, uncertainty in the world today. Even the richest countries are having problems with expenditures, public expenditures, and also public revenues, raising public revenues as the economy is slowing, and also inflation is not tamed. And as you know, as you can see on this map, most African countries are going through adjustment because their GDP, their debt to GDP ratio is high enough, making that they don't have a fiscal space to take care of the urgent spending needs. And this is also a challenge because, as you know, macroeconomic volatility can lead to social vulnerabilities and political instability. And this is a continent that's already facing many challenges and is looking forward to sustained development and shared prosperity. As you know, also, we would need to take into account inflation. Inflation is is a threat to economic prosperity as purchasing power diminishes, and also it erodes the value of the currencies. As you would see, most African currency, because of monetary policies, most African countries have had to raise interest rates. And you see the lowest interest rate is WAMU, West African Monetary Union, at 3% as of March 16th. And because we have to tackle inflation, and if you don't raise the interest rate, it will be difficult to tackle inflation. But at the same time, you're making it credit more costlier. And also, at the same time, you're making it difficult for investments also, because investments will fall. But also, we have to take into account that fact that the fiscal space is needed also for buffers, subsidies, because as you see, this macroeconomic environment has created the fact that prices for food have risen, also for energy, and also for agricultural inputs. Because as you see, for food, Africans spend between 40 to 60% of their income on of their revenues on food, and also energy. Only 8 African countries out of 55 are net petroleum exporters. So most are net importers. So the rise of the price of petroleum poses budgetary difficulties, and also transport costs rise. And also, you know that when petroleum rises, everything rises. The prices of everything rises. What we do expect from the IMF and the World Bank is support. Financial support, swifter intervention, as I said. I think there are some facilities that are already there, but the question is, how do we make those facilities work for Africans? Because as you know, debt is a big issue. Most African countries are having difficulties, as I've shown earlier here, and private investment is still falling in the African region. So how do we make sure that the IMF will provide balance of payment liquidity at a concessional rate in the medium term, and also how the World Bank could also crowd in capital markets and also risk guarantees to secure investment for African infrastructure. As you know, Africa needs about $200 billion every year for infrastructure. And electricity alone requires about $150 billion every year, and 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. 700 million Africans live in cities where temperatures are above 25 degrees Celsius. And you have 900 million Africans that also don't have modern cooking, exactly. So on this, I would like to say that we are living in a more diverse world, and multilateralism is the key. We are living complex problems, and we need to implement simple solutions, but we need a better, more inclusive governance from the Bretton Woods institution so that African voices can be heard and that African problems can be tackled with the help of Africans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Amin and Modibo. Now we're going to have our next speaker, Amadou Hart, who is the Special Envoy for the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa and the former Senegalese Minister of Economy. And he's going to be virtual, so we're going to have him on screen. There he is. Sorry? Mr. Hart, is he there? Yes, thank you. You're muted. Okay.
Yep, I think it should be okay now.
Yes, there you are.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Give me just 1 second, yeah. Yes, good morning, everybody. What I was saying is that Africa has too many challenges that urgently needs funding and expertise. And those have been exacerbated by the COVID-19, the Russian war, the inflation, higher debt, and high interest rates. There is a need for massive additional liquidity to the system to front load investments into the continent and foster transfers of skills and capacity building. Today, the approach has been to make incremental investments year on year. Such an approach will not yield the double-digit economic growth that is needed for many African nations. We must not wait 50 years to achieve goals that can be achieved within 10 to 15 years. Front-loading investments in infrastructure, climate change, and other sectors will enable the continent to leapfrog from low income to middle income status and beyond in a shorter period of time. During the COVID-19 and with the war in Ukraine, developed countries have demonstrated their ability to move fast and to mobilize and deploy billions, if not trillions of dollars in a record time. Africa wants its partners to have the same sense of urgency. The continent is facing the same and sometimes deeper challenges. The ongoing discussions regarding the reforms of the Bretton Woods institutions are very welcome. However, they need to progress faster, and most importantly, they need to consider Africa's views. And I really commend the Atlantic Council for organizing this session to allow us to provide some inputs. I've heard earlier my former colleague, the Minister of Finance of Ghana, Ken, providing some inputs, and we need, before these reforms are finalized, to have more inputs, I think, from the African decision makers. But let me give you just a few points. First, and most importantly, our countries need to be more involved in the governance of the World Bank and the IMF, even if we are the smallest shareholders. The perception is that the debate is being driven by rich countries, including for the policies and focus of these institutions. This needs to change, otherwise the credibility of these institutions will be more and more questioned on the continent. Africa cannot remain a passive beneficiary of the World Bank and the IMF. Second, the agenda of the reform of the World Bank should not be to provide more resources to middle-income countries to the detriment of the low-income countries, and to focus on the provision of global public goods only. The mandate of the bank, we believe, should remain to promote long-term economic development and poverty reduction while recognizing global public goods as a key element of its mission. Hence, there should be a new window at the World Bank focused on the provision of global public goods with additional resources that would avoid competition with national priorities. And that window should be accessed by all regional development banks, in particular the African development banks, the West African Development Banks, AFC, and others. Investment in clean energy, reversing deforestation, pandemic prevention, water conservation, etc., benefit the entire world, or at least a broad of countries, while the costs are borne by the country borrowing for such investments. Even if they are important, countries may prioritize their own national priorities. This is why the World Bank needs to build a new facility dedicated to this kind of projects that require massive and concessional financing. And as I said, it should be accessed by regional development bank. In parallel, we urge the World Bank to do more infrastructure projects. Roads and bridges, transmission lines help build Africa, intra-Africa trade. I think the bank almost exited these sectors over the last few years, focusing more on human capital, on digitalization and climate. While these are important, without infrastructure, especially regional connectivity, there will be no economic growth to finance sustainably our social development. Third, there is a need for the improvement of processes and governance of the World Bank and the IMF, but of other MDBs as well. Processes need to be, I would say, more flexible, smoother, and we need to have faster approvals and faster disbursement processes. The World Bank should develop a common due diligence framework with other MDBs to avoid spending too much time on a single project due diligence when there are several MDBs, for example, involved in a project. In particular, the World Bank can collaborate further with regional development banks, such as the African Development Bank, as they have a stronger focus and a deeper knowledge of the regions where they operate. I mean, over the last 4 years, that collaboration has not been great. But we are hoping that with the new president of the World Bank, the collaboration will be tighter, deeper for the interest and for impact on our countries. Lastly, I would like to make 2 points that are specific to the IMF very quickly. The RST operationalization. Sorry?
Well, we have a hard stop, so if we could just wrap up, please.
Just very quickly. On the RST operationalization, Rwanda got an approval of $319 million. And the RST was planning, the reallocation of SDRs was for $100 billion. And Africa so far received $319 million, I believe, with only actually Rwanda. We need to find a process to fast track the disbursements of the reallocation, in particular for the RST. And also for the IMF, I think reviewing the quota rules, I think would help us actually provide Africa with more SDRs in the future, in particular during financial crisis.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, so sorry that to have to cut you off, but we have a hard stop here in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for your insights. The thing that keeps on coming up, the word I keep on hearing for my panelists, and I'm sure you're hearing the same thing, is speed, fast, do things efficiently. This has just come up with every presentation, from the minister, everyone has been concerned about the urgency of now, what we need, how we need to move this forward. I'll start with you, Ottaviano. Please just talk a little bit about, how do we get to move with these reforms? How do we move forward in a way that's both speedy and efficient?
Right. First of all, thank you for having me here again, personally, and also on behalf of the Policy Center for the New South, we want to thank for the opportunity of a partnership with the Atlantic Council. Fact of the matter is that so far, what we have in documents and what's going to be discussed by ministers, for instance, tomorrow at the Development Committee, is just the first step that we would say, as my former colleague Rachel Kite called it, short-term fixes. The G20 capital adequacy framework, for instance, made some great suggestions on how to, let's say, the World Bank could become bolder when it comes to taking risks and stretching its financial capacity to support the countries. But this is still something, let's say, small when it comes to size. By simply tweaking the capital, the equity to loan ratio, as suggested in the World Bank document, is going to be discussed tomorrow. The World Bank might be able to lend more $50 billion in 10 years, that is to say $5 billion per year. It's remarkable. It's just a change from 20% to 19% in the equity to loan. But fact of the matter is that this pales when one thinks of the estimated necessities of finance from developing countries, including Africa. Just one point at the outset. I want to praise the points mentioned by Mondibo and Amin on matching perfectly the sources of the types of multiple types of crises that we have had, and how having a decade-long sustainable inclusive growth in Africa might be a way out for the global economy in all respects. And it is very fortunate in pinpointing how the features of Africa makes it exactly the best candidate for, let's say, pulling back the global growth that the World Bank in a report a couple of weeks ago suggested to be heading towards a lost decade.
Right. Sanjeev, I wanted to ask you about the scale, because that's another word I heard, the scale of the challenge here. I mean, what kind of size does the World Bank or the IMF need to be? Or if you reform these, what kind of structures do you think are needed for them to meet this challenge, right? As laid out so well by Amin and Madiba.
Yeah, so obviously good morning to everybody, and I think we're being a bit gender insensitive.
Yeah, I know, start to.
So
I was just talking.
My apologies for that. Okay, but when I was coming this morning, I was thinking to myself that there is this old cliche that more things change, more they remain the same. Right. And in many ways, it kind of comes from this other very favorite quote of mine, which is they call it the definition of insanity, where you keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And in this particular scenario, with all the conversation that's been going on, I almost was telling myself that it's not about doing the same things and expecting different results, but it's also us as the people, the generation we come from, trying to find solutions to the problems we created in the first place. So to a large extent, I think this conversation needs to be wider, needs to bring in much more younger people from the world, because we are looking at stuff through our own prisms, and that cannot be good. Okay? So my daughter keeps pointing out that you are the problem generation, so how can you be part of the solution? But having said all that, I think the word reform itself worries me, and I'll come to the scale question, because to me reform kind of seems to suggest that there is some guilt here, there is some mistakes here. I think the word is really about evolution, right? And in the last few days in DC, I picked up a few important pointers. One is, somebody said at the Carnegie Mellon Foundation panel, where Carlos was there as well, that the Bretton Woods institution almost doesn't have relevance if Africa is not going to be looked at.
Right.
It almost becomes irrelevant, correct? And that's a very powerful statement. The other is Secretary Yellen's comments in many of her speeches, where one thing that comes out again and again and again is the need for these institutions to work with local institutions, to get into that capacity that local institutions have, the knowledge they have for things to change at grassroots. And that is a change that needs to happen. The third pointer that I picked up, and this is really newfound knowledge, as I said, the last 72 hours, is when David Malpass was speaking at the conference. He alluded in many ways the shortage of capital. And I was listening with a lot of amusement to the Minister of Finance of Ghana, where he so elegantly put it that when it comes to crisis, we do find money. We solve the Silicon Valley Bank problem. We solve the Credit Suisse problem.
Yes,
so we need to solve the Africa problem. And I'll end by saying that the paradigm shift, which somebody referred to, is where reforms will come from. And the paradigm is stop looking at Africa as a problem. Look at Africa as a solution to your problems, be it food security, be it energy security, be it access to critical minerals, be it new markets, be it just managing the geopolitical risks. Because if you don't have that paradigm shift, you are not going to reform anything for the better.
Fantastic. And Lord, where do you think the priorities that should be in terms of when we think about these reforms or the completely new approach to multilateralism and development?
Look, I think the question of speed, I would like to come back to this because this is absolutely important. Actually, you know what? A lot of crises can be avoided and actually can still be avoided while others can be solved. So let me slightly explain what I mean by this. I mean, we're all seeing the debt amount that Africa has to deal with this year, next year. It's very clear, right? And we can deal later about sustainability because indeed more fundamental reforms need to change, but you have urgency, okay? Right. And this debt, there is a liquidity problem also starting to come also because some countries are finding it extremely difficult to fund themselves in their own domestic market, which used to be one way that they could manage the overall risk, right? So it's in front of our eyes, and it's coming very quickly because at the beginning of the year, so some of those difficulties in the domestic market I'm alluding to did not exist. So we know that we are going into a trouble. We know, we see it coming, okay? So we could sit and do nothing and say, well, okay, you need to adjust your fiscal or you need to do, but we all know that this cannot be done or this can be done to a certain extent because no, people are not accepting cutting subventions so easily. No, you cannot squeeze a fiscal space more than what you've already done in some cases. So I think we need to face this reality to understand that having those countries go to crisis is much worse than kind of like helping them now. And this means kind of like both everybody acknowledging the crisis, okay, and trying to find solution. When I say acknowledging the crisis, it also needs to come from the countries themselves, right? And not to say no, and be in denial and not willing to kind of like solve it. But it also means that speed of kind of like getting liquidity, finding solution is hugely, hugely important. Do those solutions exist? Of course they do. And they are actually, sorry to say this, pretty basic. You cannot fund development with 10% debt or 12% debt. I mean, you cannot fund social spending with 8% debt. It does not make sense. It just, and it has never made sense. It will never make sense, okay? So for those investments, you need concessional financing. And that's what most Africa and developing countries needs, those type of money, okay? If for whatever reason, because they're not available, because they're slow to come, they are slowly shifted to go to the likes of people who would lend them at 10%, this is something that then we overall will have to deal with, right? So somehow we need to stop the kind of like shifting from one creditor to a bad creditor to a worse creditor, okay, to try to basically find a joint solution there. So I think I'm urging everybody to recognize a problem, to try to find those liquidity, to kind of like, accelerate immediate sources of funding that can be dispersed. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that countries are exonerated to do the reforms. But reprofiling of debt are an urgent need that we should actually be doing in the next 3 to 6 months. And honestly, better 3 than 6, okay? Right. And so this is hugely important. But again, this does not mean reforms don't need to be done. They need to be done because otherwise, same thing, it's going to hit you back. Okay? But also, we need to also acknowledge that sometimes the way we look at economies, can be challenged. When some of the ratios that you're looking at are ratios with exports, for sure they make sense. But you cannot have debt which is immediate and export, be considered at the same level because having an export strategy takes time. And it has taken time for every single country in the world, right? Yeah. Let alone one that is starting from very far, right? So we also need to acknowledge that by giving the same weight or close to the same weight to debt to GDPs and ratios that involves exports, it needs to be thought through. And we need to give also, or to help the country have the means of have an export strategy, okay? Because if you're just saying, okay, your debt is not sustainable because of your export being weak, okay, true, but then you cannot incur debt and then you cannot develop yourself. So we need to also, get out of this kind of injunctions that we're giving that frankly don't make sense from a development point of view. So I think I guess what I'm saying is, on the long term, I could not agree more around all what has been said. I guess I'm saying something around the urgency, not to have something that is worse, And again, it is what sometimes frustrates me or kind of gets me sometimes upset is that it can be solved. It's not, and honestly, it's not rocket.
Think it's complicated.
No, exactly. It's not rocket science at all. But if we don't do it, we're going to trip into much more difficulty. So I'm just urging for this.
No, fantastic. Carmen, we have you here as giving us the European perspective, but I mean it's important, right, for Spain. Where do you see the priorities? Because I mean, Spain itself has been through its own challenges in the recent past. Where do you see the priorities when you think about reform for the African continent?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm here to speak as a European voice.
Yes.
But I have to say that Spain is in this context, a very special European country, because we are not just the closest neighbor to Africa, but we have African territory. So we consider ourselves partly African country. And that's why Africa is in our agenda, and in our international agenda, but very specifically in our cooperation agenda. And before developing, I wanted to point out that I'm also speaking from the side of an agency for development cooperation that might be slightly different from what we have heard here today. But there is many elements of convergence of your views, the points that you are raising, and the points that I need to be raising today also. First, and you have just mentioned, is the urgency. We have an analysis of Africa, of the context of Africa, of what is happening now in the continent that is very worrisome because of the vulnerabilities that are really just an evidence, but also about the uncertainty. Let me share with you, we were discussing with some colleagues of the African Union earlier this week, and one colleague was just telling us, we don't know what is going to happen in Africa tomorrow. So we are in a moment in which we need to prepare to a future that is more and more difficult to foresee and to understand. And I think that it comes to my second point, and is related to your point about the reform, and is the reaction. We need to develop very fast and steady and quickly capacity of reaction. And we see that when we work on development, and usually they are middle-term and long-term programs, but we are really trying from a Spanish perspective and a European perspective to try to develop this capacity to react more steadily. So I'm very happy that we are all saying here today that with this Bretton Woods reform, we need to be fast. We are trying to be fast, and I just want to share something with you, is that, for instance, we have just passed a few months ago in January, a new bill for international cooperation. And there we have put this need to be fast, to be reactive, to be quickly reactive in the front. We have included a new boost to financial cooperation, because as you have mentioned, I mean, we cannot keep ourselves on the ground of the classical development cooperation. Africa is changing, is very quickly transforming, and financial cooperation and tackling financial issues have to be in our international cooperation. And of course, since we are here talking about Africa, Africa is one of our top priorities because of all the reasons I have explained, both bilaterally and regionally. And let me just finish by saying that I think that all the work we can do as a country or as a European Union as a whole have to be reinforcing not only our bilateral programs, but also trying to reinforce the regional integration of the continent. You have just mentioned that it has a lot of potential in terms of trade, of economic development. This has to be by supporting, and we are doing it with CEDEAO and ECOWAS, and the African Union.
Right. Excellent. Carlos, it's a pleasure to have you, and sorry for keeping you to the end. But maybe the way we'll come with you is to almost give what you might call the African perspective, right? And like what do we as Africans think about this in terms of what the priorities should be? I'm interested in how you've thought about this reform and what needs to happen and where you would like your priorities would be from the African perspective.
Well, thank you, and thanks the Atlantic Council for inviting me and for an excellent voices that I have heard so far. I really believe that from an African perspective, first let's start with the why. And we have to be honest, this reform is not coming because Africa is facing problems. This reform is coming because there are a number of changes in the world of multilateralism. We have WTO rules that are being challenged with new forms of protectionism. We have friendly shoring becoming the new normal. We have tax systems that are now creating opportunities for global taxation. We have the supply chains that are being completely disrupted and changed after the pandemic. We have geopolitical decoupling that is changing the way we deal with technology. We have the dollar standard that is being challenged with the interventions that we heard from President Lula this very week. So we have all these changes, and the why goes further. When it comes to Africa is because we have 5 decades of experiences in development, and we are exactly in the same structural place where Africa was 5 decades ago. We continue to be commodity dependent to the highest degree in relation to any other region. We continue to have the lowest levels of industrialization. We continue to be the food insecure region. We continue to have the largest number of poor. So what has 5 decades of development accomplished? And when we look into the reasons why we are in this situation, we then get into the what. And the what is that, if you look just into 2015, when the SDGs were approved, there was a document published by the multilateral development banks with the title Billions to Trillions. Where are they? And the climate financing promises many times over, where is it? And the pandemic response in terms of the instruments that have been put together for dealing with the debt-stressed countries, what they have achieved, very little. So all of these things basically demonstrate that we have kind of exhausted trying to deal with these issues with the idea of solidarity. It's not really solidarity when you approve a huge package to deal with a crisis like the pandemic by the IMF, and then only 5% goes to Africa, which is supposed to be the most affected region for a number of criteria. So I think the what is also about the way these organizations over time have accepted a certain comfort zone in defining the problem. They think that the macroeconomics has to be managed to meet external obligations alone, as if there was no domestic reality, as Anne-Marie was highlighting. The interpretation of comparative advantages that is very static. It's always about natural resources. It's always about what Africa can produce for others to develop. The way we evaluate risk, that is completely skewed and does not take into consideration real macroeconomic criteria sometimes. if we compare with other regions' treatment. The way we deal with liquidity access. There is no development without access to some forms of liquidity. And the countries in Africa can even grow at 8-10%, and they will face liquidity problems, will pay prohibitive interest rates. And of course, the fact that we don't recognize that most of the problems have obfuscated this Africa rising narrative that was so much fashionable in the first decade of this century because of exogenous shocks, not because of things that the Africans did wrong. So, and then we get into really the how. And the how is partly what, Minister Oforiatta mentioned, incrementally should be done for some of the responses to start kicking. And that, as Ottaviano recognized, it's very little. It's very incremental and very little. These are timid reform proposals so far. They are not really focusing on low-income countries. And I would say that they are not really looking into the opportunities like Sanjeev mentioned. The return on investment in Africa is still great, despite all the risks, despite all the difficulties. This is not really part of the discussion on reform. So I think not recognizing that Africa is a terrain of opportunity is part of the problem. And I think, like Amadou mentioned, not having infrastructure as a priority, not building much more on local knowledge is also a problem. So we really know more or less what the diagnosis is. You will hear over and over, as I'm hearing, that the Africans don't have clarity on what they want. It's too many things. It's fragmented, it's atomized. Maybe in the way of expressing them, because the frustration level is quite high. But it is pretty clear what needs to be done. Okay. And it's not very complex. In fact, if you just look into the rescuing of not just the SBV and Credit Suisse that was mentioned, but many times over, different crises that have started since 2008, 2009, we know that the only way this crisis can be tackled is by not following a rule book that is not flexible enough to allow for certain types of intervention that deal with emergency situations. Okay. If climate is not considered an emergency big enough, if Africa is not considered an emergency big enough, we have a problem. And I don't think that the roadmap to Marrakesh can be really just an accommodation of management, efficiency, speed, and all that. All those things are important, but they are not sufficient.
Thank you very, very much for that, Carlos. We have about 10 minutes left, so I just really want to just make sure that we come back to all the panelists and at least just one point. And I just want to emphasize this point about priorities, right? Because it's quite clear that the urgency is very much in this room, right? What is your number one priority, Ottaviano, in terms of what needs to, if you could just do one thing to move this thing forward?
Well, I have to make it double. Well, we spoke about the necessity of concessional finance.
100%, yeah.
Particularly in the case of low-income countries and so on. Well, the performance of donors in the last few rounds of IDA has been really disappointing. Yeah. And the issues that I was referring to in terms of widening the space for lending without jeopardizing the credit ratings of the World Bank, this has more to do with financing middle-income countries, not the case of low-income countries. So first point, we have to revisit the issue of the IDA and other forms of concessional funding. Okay. And the other point is obviously the following. Carlos is correct when he pinpointed that, from the idea from billions to trillions was much. But the point is, Carlos, still the principle applies. It does not suffice to have simply funding financed by multilateral institutions. It has to be done in a way that crowds in other forms of finance, private sector, and so on. Otherwise, we'll not be able to get even close to what needs. So this has implications for these institutions. Instead of focusing on lending, they should pursue the opportunities for providing guarantees and being more risk prone to accept risk and so on. So this matters, regardless of whether we haven't succeeded to move from billion to trillion. But that's a principle that has to be there.
Okay. Sanjeev, your priorities?
Quick couple of points. I think the speed issue has come up a few times.
Yes.
And I was listening very intently to my good friend Carlos, because he always makes good sense, is that, behavioral scientists will tell you that speed comes from a sense of urgency.
Right.
And sense of urgency usually arises from a sense of necessity, right? Or fear. Now, I think it is up to us in Africa to have that narrative going that don't do it for Africa, do it for yourselves. Be it your need to diversify your supply chain and all the other things we talked about, food security, energy security, access to critical minerals. Because urgency will not come unless a sense of fear comes out of a sense of necessity. And that's for Africa to work on, right? The quick comment on what I would like to see, allow me to just quickly explain in 30 seconds the Africa Finance Corporation business model, because that will allow me to answer the question. We were set up to develop infrastructure in Africa. Very quickly we realized that to develop infrastructure commercially, you need industry, because industry is the demand side. And to develop industry, you need to add value and processing of primary goods in Africa. Because as you know, most primary goods get exported out with no value addition. So we have successfully created this triangulation, as we call, infrastructure, industry, value addition. In the middle sits project development for us. Because without spending early stage capital to develop projects, projects don't become bankable. So all of that together allows me to make that one final point. What I would love to see is not necessarily direct funding, but what you said, credit enhancements, insurances. $1 billion that the World Bank may have to deploy to Africa goes a much longer way if it is used as a guarantee against which private sector capital can come in.
I see.
And that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Excellent. And no?
Yeah, I could not agree more. I was actually going to go on the guarantee point. No, not at all. It just shows how important it is. And indeed, the need to kind of deploy the capital in a much more wiser way. I guess the way I'm going to summarize it is to say, let's have a two-step approach. Make sure we have the liquidity taken care of just immediately, while at the same time we work on much more sustainability and kind of trying to either renegotiate the debt, lengthen them, try to do some things that make more sense. And, if it's acceptable sometimes to also try to see what we can forgive or when we can swap into something that makes sense.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Comment,
thank you. And completely in line with you, and I think it reflects our attempt to improve our work in financial cooperation. It's just exactly as you have said, and it has a role to play with the development of the autonomy of the continent, which I think is crucial. But in terms of development, I need to mention that we are trying to influence the agenda, the development agenda, with two ideas in mind.
Whose agenda, sorry, are you trying to influence?
The international cooperation for development agenda in Africa. With one main idea in mind is that we have to look to the future. And to look to the future, there is two key issues that I think have to be in the agenda. One is the need to address the questions of the future generations, so we have to work with the young people, and there is many voices who have said that, but we have to do it properly, giving the young people the space that they need to build their future. We are, I think, in this table, we have an age that we are, but we have to make an extra effort to really give the space to the new generations.
Right, I see.
First, and the second one, and is something that was mentioned in the previous part of the session, but not in this one, and is the accent I think we have to put on climate finance. It's a global challenge that is an underlying element that is going to have an effect not only on development but also in economic development, in the survival of all us. So climate finance and the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund have an opportunity with this reform to really boost this climate financing agenda, which we hope they will take. And I just want to finish by saying that we, Spain, as the coming presidency of the European Union in the next semester, will be trying to boost this African agenda and this climatic financing agenda.
Fantastic. Carlos, your last word, 2 minutes on your priorities.
Well, you know, Carmen mentioned the fact that Spain has a bit of an African touch and territory. We have been talking about the Marrakesh annual meetings, and that is not even considered by Bretton Woods institutions as Africa. So they treat Africa as sub-Saharan Africa. The reports that talk about Africa are about sub-Saharan Africa. It's just an indication of sort of colonial legacies that endure and that are very difficult to surpass. And I think it's just a manifestation of how much we need to change in terms of perceptions, because that, for instance, undermines a continent-to-continent approach that Africa is building with the European Union. It undermines its continental free trade area. It undermines a number of possibilities for regional integration by just having this sort of division that is as artificial as any. But in this case, you know, it goes against the African Union existence that has become absolutely fundamental for the future of the continent. Now, in terms of being very precise, I absolutely agree with Anne-Laure that the number one priority is liquidity. We have a short-term urgency that really requires the kind of swift response that we have seen over and over in different moments of crisis recently, that is not yet sort of getting traction, not enough traction. And whatever we do about it is going to be giving or not opportunities to discuss the remaining points we have raised.
Carlos, thank you very much. That brings our panel to an end. Thank you to our excellent panelists, everyone. And now I hand over to our co-host, Ambassador Rama Yad.
Thank you, Yinka. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to close this unique event, and an event that closes the Atlantic Council programming during this week of spring meetings. Undoubtedly, it was a flagship event, given the number of speakers, like 13, the diversity, a strong combination of private sector, development organizations, financials, and officials, and also the high quality of their exchanges and vision. It was important to put Africa at the center of the Council's work. As you can see, this year, the Africa Center has partnered with the Geoeconomic Center. We don't want Africa to be isolated or Africans speak only to Africans. By including our colleagues, we can benefit from their expertise. Modibo and Amin's excellent presentation reflected that cooperation very well. When an expert like you, Amin, who has nothing to do with Africa and the Africa Center writes, Africa can help reverse the current downward trend in the global growth prospects. All Africa needs a big push, and the Bretton Woods institutions can and should support Africa in that front, both for Africa's sake and its 1.4 billion population, and also for the sake of the global economy. It's not about supporting Africa, it's about supporting the world. You can understand how important for us it is to shape Africa's future together with who believe in its leading role. We will continue this conversation in Marrakesh at the annual meetings of October, when we will have the pleasure to cooperate again with the Policy Center for the New South and publish together an important policy report. I think Ottaviano here, Canuto, can testify of that. He's the future author with Hafez Ghanem of a report with our two friends here. So from Secretary Yellen to David Malpass, the Council has hosted this past year key actors of the Bretton Woods system. Yellen has set the tone by saying on this very stage in April 2022 about the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank and multilateral banks, while I feel they should play an important role going forward, they need to be modernized to address problems that are really challenges that we face today, and these institutions were not really designed to address. Echoing her, President Macky Sall, as African Union Chair, another Africa Center guest, said during the US-Africa Summit, beyond our national and continental responsibilities, Africa's place in the international system also depends on fairer and more equitable global governance. The rules are unfair, outdated, and need to be disputed. Today, it was not only a conference or an event, it was a public session of work between excellent experts under the smart moderation of Yinka Adegoke here from Semaphore. We are always delighted to cooperate with. We heard our guest of honor, His Excellency Finance Minister of Ghana, Ken Ofori-Atta, stressed the difficult times we have today. But he said, we have the means to solve it. And he said, we are failing to do so at the scale and speed required. Speaking on behalf of the Biden administration, Alexia Latortue, Assistant Secretary for International Trade and Development at the Treasury, stressed the necessity of reforms, visual, incentive, with financial capacity. She's excited about the US nominee, Ajay Banga, and we hope that this very tough portfolio will be helpful for this huge task. And after hearing Amadou Hott, the FDB Special Envoy for the Alliance for Green Infrastructure, highlighting a long list of challenges, including the necessity to support the infrastructure, Sanjeev here, Gupta from Africa Finance Corporation, another development organization in Africa, asked the right question, how this generation which created these problems can be the solution. And like Ottaviano, Sanjeev is also from this global south, you know. Two giants, India and Brazil, right? We often forget when it comes to the competition between global powers on the African continent. And I think Ottaviano, President Lula is in Beijing these days, right? I don't know what they are doing, but reforms are everywhere, obviously. She did not speak as French, but as a French on behalf of another old partner, France. But she shared her experience as friend of Africa, an advisor of so many African presidents, and Laure Kiechel, founder and CEO of Global Sovereign Authority. She said, solutions are pretty basic. The weight of debt does not allow more expenses. Money is slow to come. And she urges everyone to find more liquidity and direct additional fundings in the next 6 months, right? Did I hear well?
3 to 6.
I said 3, even less. Okay, okay.
Better 3.
I don't know if the new president of the World Bank will be at work at that moment, but maybe the acting. And maybe Carmen Magarinos, Director of Development Cooperation at the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, could more speak on behalf of Europeans. And she did great by stressing the autonomy, the necessity to have a sovereign continent through two keys in the agenda, the global agenda. First, give space to the future generations, and two, work on climate finance. Last but not least, Dr. Carlos Lopez, former executive secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, but he's much more than that, very eloquently highlighted a lot of changes that happened these last decades, but he regretted the same structure as 5 decades ago, including the largest number of poor in the world are in Africa. It's a failure. The way we deal with liquidity is a problem, like Anne-Laure Kichel said. The prohibited interest rate is also something important. And he's always sad to see that there's no focus on low-income countries. So thank you very much, everyone, for this promising conversation. Clearly, African countries no longer seem to want to settle for words. Inaction is not an option anymore. The absence of change from international financial institutions has encouraged various emerging markets to move forward and set up systems to rival the Western-centered institutions. The BRICS have their own IMF, their own World Bank. On their own, Africans have refused to wait for action from financial institutions. From Côte d'Ivoire to South Africa, African countries have been setting systems to tackle COVID, for example, the African Union as well, the FDB as well. And by taking actions on their own, Africans have shown that they can be a powerful yet reasonable voice in multilateral and financial institutions, but with a greater voice and more agency in institutions, they could do more. The world can grant them that voice by opening up guaranteed African seats for the UN Security Council, for the G20, for example, more voting power.
Correct, that's important.
But nothing would be possible without the mobilization of the private sector. And as Modibo said, private investment can play an important role in economic development by providing capital for business to grow and create jobs. So, because we know that the reform of the multilateral organization would be pointless without a strong mobilization of the private sector, the Africa Center will also work on the bottlenecks that limit investments, capacities, and allow access to private capital. And our senior fellow, another one, Dr. Frani Leuchi, is drafting these days an Africa Center policy report in partnership with Goldman Sachs, thanks to the personal commitment from our chairman, John Rogers. So thank you again. I feel Jasper's pressure on me to stop talking. Happy to stop there and see you in Morocco. Bye-bye.
Good morning to everyone joining us here in person at the Atlantic Council studios, and hello to our virtual audience tuning in from around the world. My name is Jörn Fleck, and I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Europe Center, and today it is my pleasure to welcome you to a conversation with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of the Netherlands, Sigrid Kaag. Deputy Prime Minister Kaag joins us today on the final day of the Atlantic Council's all-star lineup of events for the IMF World Bank Week Series, expertly organized by our colleagues at the Geoeconomics Center as part of their Bretton Woods 2.0 project. Over the course of this week, we've heard from leading finance ministers and economic experts from all over the world about the outlook for the global and European economies. As many of our viewers following the spring meetings will know, that outlook has darkened and is characterized by heightened uncertainty, fragility, and risk. A mix of high inflation, the ongoing effects of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, financial sector turmoil, and the economic hangover of 3 years of COVID have increased the likelihood of a hard landing for the global economy. Europe has been impacted by all of these economic challenges too. Especially Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine sent shockwaves across Europe and led to a fundamental shift in Europe's understanding of its strategic dependencies, whether it's on Russia or China or otherwise. These new economic and geopolitical realities have triggered a debate in Europe on how to rethink Europe's trade, investment, fiscal, and monetary policies. European policymakers are also having to balance the challenges and opportunities of the twin digital and green transitions. The Netherlands has been a key player in debates on reducing dependencies on China for critical materials and technologies needed to advance the twin digital green transition. Having recently joined the United States and Japan with export controls on advanced semiconductor technologies. And for a country with a fourth of its territory below sea level, few understand the consequences of climate change and the need for decisive action in this area better than the Dutch. We heard back in January from Prime Minister Mark Rutte about many of these issues on his visit to the United States, and as a key member of the European Union and the Eurozone, the Netherlands have an important role to play in Europe's responses to these economic challenges and transformations. So thank you again for taking the time to join us today, Deputy Prime Minister, and we look forward to the conversation with you. For those watching virtually, make sure to keep up with the conversation by following us on Twitter at ACGeoEcon and at ACEurope. Now over to my colleague, the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomics Center, Josh Lipsky, to moderate the discussion. Once again, welcome Minister Kaag, and Josh, over to you.
Jorn, thank you so much, and Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for being here. We know how busy this week is for you and for all the ministers, and we appreciate you taking time to come to the Atlantic Council. So I'm going to jump right in, and I'll start the way we've been starting a lot of these conversations, which is about the updated World Economic Outlook figures and the domestic economic situation in the Netherlands. The data we got this week, the forecast was 1.0 GDP growth in 2023 for the Netherlands. I think a slight upgrade from the October projection, and then 1.2 in 2024, slightly ahead of Eurozone growth overall. So does that match your expectations for the domestic economy, and how are you dealing with the rival challenge of inflation?
Yeah, no, it matches our expectations. Of course, we secretly hope that we might still do a little bit better. The president of the Dutch National Bank indicated to me that the numbers might still go up a little bit, but of course it's very modest growth. Then again, if you look at the risks we were facing last year, the shift in terms of the economic impact, the reduction of the dependency on Russian oil and gas as a response to the Russian illegal war on Ukraine. This is not bad news, but core inflation is being anchored, and that will take us longer to actually get down. And this also means that domestic expectations of continuous compensation and a sort of a safety net, that is a political issue that we obviously need to tackle.
And as you see the inflation challenge, the ECB raised rates last time, we're looking ahead to what the cycle might be, but also thinking about banking instability that we saw over the past month. How are you thinking about the tension potentially between those two? We see that coming out themes of the meetings, understanding that a range of economies, including in the US, need to get inflation under control, but not wanting to cause more stress in the financial system.
I think that's obviously a very fine line. But we anticipate and we expect, of course, that the ECB will continue at a number of sessions that they have ahead of them to raise rates. It might be at a slower pace. I mean, but the ECB is formidably independent, and we like it that way. Some of our audiences in the Netherlands criticize the ECB for some of the actions taken, but we shield and we stand for their independence. At the same time, sometimes we question. What's more important, I think, that we need to focus, keep our eye on the ball of price stability. As the government, we need to make sure that we do not reinforce secondary inflationary tendencies. So the coming months, we're actually having a political debate in order to determine which targeted price support measures we can take for the most vulnerable, how we can introduce measures that are actually the most effective, but do not go for overshoot. Because we had a tentative risk last year, and ultimately we also need to look at our own compliance with basically the fiscal rules of Europe.
Well, I wanted to get to the fiscal rules. I'm glad you brought it up, because there's been talk about Stability and Growth Pact and when the suspension of the rules might be lifted. I think we heard from the Commission maybe 2024. Does that align with your expectations? And would you agree with the lifting of the rules in 2024 or lifting of the suspension?
Well, we definitely need to get out of this. And we've said this before in the ECOFIN meetings. It's not sustainable. It's an unhealthy message, not only to our own societies, but also to markets. Otherwise we risk entering a twilight zone. And if we want to be a geopolitical union, where we are strong on the political, external foreign policy and defense decisions that we take within NATO, but externally, we also have to get our act together financially, because the underpinnings of what we are as an internal market, that's our beacon, needs to be strong. So our call to the Union and to the Commission has been, please put forward the proposal on the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact, and let's start the negotiations. Nobody will be happy.
Of course.
But ultimately, let's see where we can find conversions on an effective Stability and Growth Pact, and above all, something that we all should align and comply with.
So it could look different than it did before, is essentially.
It ought to look different, because actually, if you look at the reality, it was a very complex system, almost a forest where one could get lost and not see the trees, and the exemptions were quite predominant in the system. So everybody had its own way out, but it didn't help when you look at debt reduction, reforms, or the space for investments, and we obviously need to get there.
And the pushback, I think, would be if we do this right when economies are recovering, Eurozone growth at 0.8, some economies going slower, some faster within the Eurozone, we could hamper the recovery just as it's getting started in 2024. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say, because first of all, I haven't seen the proposal on the table. Last year with Spain, the Netherlands sort of took the bold move together to present was an outline of some of our thinking, i.e. we're in favor of national debt reduction pathways. We need to be stringent on the safeguards. We're looking at the use of the DSA as a system, but we also require transparency and, of course, I don't like to call it compliance because it sounds too harsh, but oversight, and then, of course, alignment and sanctions if a country chooses willfully, without evidence, without actually reason to not comply with and not follow the path. And I think this is where the tension lies in the discussions. How far can you go? And which metrics do you use? Sort of the common numerical benchmark, is that useful? So we ensure also equity in the decisions.
I think that's very helpful to understand that going forward, if this is 2024, whenever it be, it needs to look different, be reformed, reorganized, but to start the process of having that conversation right
with
now.
any negotiations, you've got to start somewhere. You'll never get your perfect model. You never get your wish either, generally. But let's see what is the best game in town. And I think we owe that to our citizens. And it's also a sign of an effective union.
Yes. So speaking of EU spending, I wanted to talk about Next Gen EU and the spending that's happened under that. There was a lot of controversy when it was approved. Now, 2 years on, what's your assessment of the program?
Well, we have two programs perhaps. The start was, of course, the Corona Recovery Fund. The Dutch were very stringent in terms of the conditionality. But I have to be honest, sort of in a Dutch way in this case, we were the last to submit our own plan because we were slow in forming a government. And then some of our colleagues, of course, were not necessarily pleased with the fact that the conditions were quite harsh. But I've been saying, you got what you wish for. What we ask of others, the least we can do is also ensure we live with this ourselves and we deliver. So I think the recovery fund is working well. Countries such as Spain is making progress. Yeah. The Commission is very stringent in terms of its reviews and to see if the money is well spent, as it ought to, in line with the agreements. Next Gen EU is the next level over that, and it really focuses on greening the economy and harnessing the digitalization of Europe. And I think that's super effective. The only difference between ourselves and some other countries is that we're not willing necessarily to say, okay, a new program, additionality of funding. There, our position is much more reserved and reticent. We feel there is sufficient money out there. Let's use it, and first use what we have and get the results that we need.
Well, I think then you might be really perfectly placed to answer a conversation we've been having throughout the meetings, which is how you balance the need for green transition, as you talked about, digital transition, but also in a high inflationary environment. Yeah. And you talked to needing within the Netherlands economy to get spending in a good place. We talked about stability and growth back. There seems to be some tension of all the spending we feel like we need to do to facilitate these important societal changes that we know will help economies grow in the medium term, but dealing with the very specific near-term challenges of inflation.
Yeah, it's a tough one because we're facing it, and I'll use our own domestic example, our current situation, and I can probably project it to Europe. We have set aside at a government level a lot of subsidies in order to tackle climate change and also deal with what we call is a nitrogen crisis in the country. It's very specific to the Netherlands, not unique, but quite specific. The subsidy side is there. The norming and pricing aspect in order to regulate also demand and force customers and companies to make choices with a view towards the future is sort of slow to catch on. It's obviously not necessarily the most popular feature of any such program. And so I think at a European level as well, we've got to be very careful that we not only throw money at the problem, but we really encourage choices, because this is all part of a transition, consuming differently, producing differently, and ensuring that there are trade-offs, because we are all at a risk of fueling inflation inadvertently in the short term, whilst we're trying to spend our way into a new future.
Exactly.
And I think that's a balancing act. And I do not have the perfect answer for that, as you can tell. But I know in the Netherlands we are grappling with this issue right now. And you see the same at Europe. The tendency to only resolve any huge challenge or transnational challenge, such as climate change or the need to reform the economy, cannot only be done by throwing money at the problem, simply put.
And is that a message that's accepted amongst other finance ministers? I'm talking outside the EU now. You're co-chair of the Committee of Finance Ministers, the coalition on climate change. So wondering what conversations you've been having on that front.
Well, I try not to use the European example too much because the coalition is definitely, I'm co-chairing it with Sri Mulyani, the Minister of Finance of Indonesia. It's a global coalition. And I think in Europe we have the luxury of having the fiscal space to rally around the issues and also to support citizens and companies to make the transition. But at the same time, all ministers of finance are centrally placed to look in their toolbox, from pricing, carbon pricing, to finance the phasing out of fossil industries, the subsidies, the fiscal space that you can use. So it's a central role that needs to be played. And this is why we opted to co-chair this coalition, use the toolbox, use the instruments, but also have the conversation with the IMF and the World Bank to ensure that the international backing is out there. And from a finance ministry perspective, in a DAC country, OECD DAC country, I also like to see that my colleague, the Minister for Aid, spends the money in the most effective way.
That's a very important point. We had folks from USAID here now, and the relationship between Treasury and USAID. This is an issue across governments.
Actually, it's a very old-fashioned way in the past to sort of determine that finance is domestic and a little bit international, sort of the Bretton Woods 1.0. And actually, Bretton Woods 2.0 is really thinking and acting globally and leveraging the assets, be it knowledge, access to markets, new financing, leveraging the private sector. I think that's a way we need to work and assist one another.
We can't be siloed in the thinking and the money flows every different direction.
We never should have, but we need to get out of this.
That's right. We always say here at the Geoeconomics Center, geoeconomics is not a new idea, it's just an old idea we forgot in the West.
It's interesting, no?
If we think of the Bretton Woods system.
Same as geopolitics.
Yes.
I mean, we've been confronted with this through the Russian illegal war on Ukraine. We talk a lot of geopolitics now, but actually geopolitics has been around forever. We just made different choices and had different assumptions about peace and security.
So I will get to geopolitics and geoeconomics and the IMF in a moment, and the reason you're in Washington this week. But one more question on the Eurozone, the ECB's Digital Euro project. We've been asking Eurozone finance ministers who are here their perspective on it, what they think the timeline is, and how it would affect your domestic economy.
Yes. Well, how it affects our domestic economy is too early to tell. The Netherlands is a country where cash is actually poorly used, I would say. We've gone in 10 years from a user base of 60% to now only 20%. So it's sort of being phased out by the absence of use, but it should remain available. We're also a country that likes to innovate and likes to use technological applications in more than one way. But the discussion on the digital euro is a very sensitive one. It will be broad-based, and the Netherlands, together with a few of the big players, Spain, France, Italy, and Germany, has issued an early statement. We've rallied the Commission to say, around a set of stringent conditionalities, we can consider the introduction of a digital euro. But the political conversation needs to be had, and in our case, same as in other countries, it will be passing through Parliament. We need full political approval before we can actually agree to the introduction. And we're not at that phase yet. Yeah. We haven't seen the design yet. Right. We've issued a declaration on which there is agreement around issues of privacy, the programmability or the lack thereof, and the types of controls that are needed to safeguard privacy and other important matters. But I'm very keen to see which proposal will be put on the table. I know the ECB is very careful and cautious with the design considerations, but I need to see it. I can't leapfrog into this discussion without having debated it fully with Parliament.
Fair enough. It's a sensitive issue here as well, as it is in Europe, but I do think Europe's ahead of the United States in this area and has a chance to be a standard setter in the area. So we all look eagerly to see what the ECB...
A lot of other countries are moving ahead, if you look at India and others.
Yes,
so India. It's an important issue to table.
Yeah, and we've tracked this very closely at the Atlantic Council. We have our CBDC tracker. So for anyone watching online, you can explore, look at China and India and the range of over 100 countries now in CBDC exploration.
I didn't realize that.
So it's rapidly developed. But I think when the ECB, if they do go forward with it because of the power of the market and the standard and the privacy settings they would have associated with it, would be a game changer. Yeah. So I want to talk about Ukraine for a moment. I think Netherlands so far has promised and committed about 2.5 billion euros in aid to Ukraine. Of course, the IMF has packaged, just approved 15 billion, a program that will come out over several years. I know you've had discussions with your counterparts in Ukraine. What more do you think the Netherlands can or should be doing for Ukraine, and then the EU as a whole?
We need to continue what we're doing at 3 levels. First of all, the unequivocal political support. That means both condemnations of Russia's actions, that means support for the design of additional sanctions and packages that work. That means also continued support when it comes to discussions in future around bringing Ukraine into the European Union. In the reality of the now, humanitarian support and of course the military support, and ensuring that within NATO we stand as one and that we also do our bit. At a national level, we want to actually make the 2% NATO contribution, which we should have done a long time ago. But for Ukraine itself, we will rally continuously, as we're also in the same constituency in the World Bank and IMF. We will rally that they get the liquidity support in time, that they get the funding for the reconstruction needs as they evolve. And of course, we need to be there where it matters, and that is now and in future. The expression to do whatever it takes, I think, could easily become a much repeated phrase, but we mean it. We have to walk the talk.
And of course, a European expression, do whatever it takes, from Mario Draghi,
Mario Draghi,
we all have adopted. I think we adopted it during the SVB situation here a few months ago, and that was you apply it.
We just have to make sure it doesn't become a hollow phrase.
Yes, well said. So I want to, broaden out a little to the IMF meetings and the reason you're here, and maybe starting with what we have sort of said is the theme of the week, this word fragmentation, which means different things to different people depending on when you hear it. But at least as I think the IMF intended it, and they launched research here last week on it, was really focused on the U.S. and China, not just trade tensions, but a range of geopolitical tensions and how that impacts the rest of the global economy. They had modeled in one scenario potential 2% drawdown in global GDP if countries were forced to come into blocks. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, do you think this theme has been misinterpreted or overtaken the meetings a little bit?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's certainly, it's around. It was around in the conversation, the last IMF World Bank meetings too.
Yeah.
If you look at it geopolitically, fragmentation has always been an issue. It was either two blocks or a multipolar world. I'm not quite sure if this changes much in the reality of people, but it changes, I think, the perspective around which policymakers or politicians need to act. Fragmentation from a European perspective could mean, yes, we fragment the world because we're applying sanctions to the Russians and all those who assist.
Yeah.
So, but we take that as a given and as a must. When it comes to dealing with the impact of the war in Ukraine, the Russian war on Ukraine, on the global south, I think we just talked about this. If you're in the global south and you're highly indebted, the word fragmentation doesn't mean very much to you because you want to trade, you want a globalized world that works for you, that you have access to markets, and that actually your citizens also have access to the vaccines and to the supplies that they require, and you need to work your way out of debt. Yes. So I think it's sort of sometimes an overly theoretical concept, important for us, but in the lives of people less so. And so I'm a little bit more taken by the comment Ngozi made of the WTO. Yeah, we need to act, but if we talk about deglobalization, end of globalization, or reshoring, etc., and fragmentation, I think, is in the same realm of the conversation, let's look at reglobalization. That is inclusive, that is truly a free and fair trade, but with benefits that do not harness further inequality and inequity, because that's also been an unintended outcome of the growth of globalization. All trade has not brought the same benefits to all people. So I think that conversation needs to be had.
And you mentioned debt, and I want to talk about that because it seems this is one of the sort of key test moments of these meetings. Can we get a breakthrough on debt restructuring, debt renegotiations, debt relief for countries that need it? I'm thinking of Zambia in particular, but not only Zambia. We're now 2 years into the common framework. We still don't have a breakthrough. China has been recalcitrant on this. Do you see any progress being made in your conversations? Do you expect any progress or any breakthroughs?
I'm hopeful that there will be progress because I think it's ultimately very necessary. I think the levels of indebtedness are truly destabilizing to many countries. If you can consider it as triggers of potential domestic conflict, it lies in the levels of indebtedness to countries and the absence of any prospects. So we need to act. I haven't heard yet of confirmation that there's really been a game changer when it comes to China playing its role at the table. There are sightings and sounds, I would say. But like with anything, people could say that about us too. Seeing is believing. Let's have a focused conversation. What we also believe is that there should be greater access to middle-income countries. And so far, we've always focused on the low-income countries with right and reason. But middle-income countries are suffering in a growing scale of high levels of indebtedness, which are truly destabilizing. So from there, again, you also need to link geoeconomics to geopolitics. You just cannot separate them.
No, I'm really glad you raised middle-income countries because it doesn't get nearly enough attention in the conversations. We focus on a few specific low-income countries and look only at that. But if we know if this happens, it can happen in waves, and then suddenly we'd be behind the curve on it very quickly. I want to broaden out on China since we're talking about China. We just had President Macron visit, President von der Leyen visit. There's interesting sort of a difference of their takeaways and treatment of the trip and then their sort of perspectives on the trip on the way back. But just wondering from your perspective and the Dutch perspective, how you see, what President von der Leyen called for, the de-risking. I mean, what does that mean from a Dutch perspective? There are deep economic linkages with China, just like there are here in the United States. How do you approach that right now? And not thinking of semiconductors particularly, I know that's not your purview, but more broader for the China economic relationship.
Well, we've always, the Netherlands, and I think that's also the EU position, also espoused by France, we consider China both, there's a prospect of partnership, there is an element of potential risk, and there is potential system rivalry. And I think through that lens, President von der Leyen has really is tackling the issue of de-risking. That means reducing our dependencies. We've seen that in Corona. We need to do that regardless. We need to sort of securing our critical infrastructure. We have investment screenings, an instrument that we hadn't had. We've introduced this a few years ago. So all of these elements are important to bolster Europe's position, but from a perspective of being a more forceful and more credible ally, I would say. So it's not an either or, but it's within alliances, within the Union and within NATO to make sure that we actually are effective. And reducing our dependencies, I think, is a healthy one. There is the critical Raw Materials
Yeah,
Act. There's the Net Zero Industrial Act. So there are a number of instruments that we probably should have taken on board anyways, but now we're accelerating that position, given the world we live in, and it's a healthy sign. But when it comes to the Netherlands, we've always espoused an open strategic autonomy as a nation that has sort of benefited and wants to continue to benefit from global trade, but in a manner that is smart, without being reduced to a protectionist tendency.
Yeah. That's the balance. That's the tricky balance so many countries are trying to find right now, and not getting on the wrong side of it.
Getting it done, but that's our
and it will come to fruition in just situations specific of this product, this company, as we address them.
Correct.
So we only have about 5 minutes left. I want to turn to some questions that we have coming in online. You mentioned sanctions. We talked about the euro. What do you make of this move? And this actually builds on some of the comments actually President Macron made about the relationship between the dollar and the euro and the drive for some countries to try to diversify away from the dollar and the euro, reduce reliance on the dollar and the euro. Do you think sanctions over the past year has accelerated the interest for some countries to do that?
Potentially. It depends very much which part of the world you're in. I know we've also heard President Lula now, from his old, I think, political convictions also speak to that. And I think that's part of the way certain big international players want to position themselves. But for the Netherlands, we very much spend our time and effort in order to make sure that the euro is stable, that we do what's necessary to ensure the eurozone stability. We have our own risk factors within, and for that, again, we need the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact. But to spend our time on a move away from the dollar, I think is neither fruitful nor the issue in hand. The dollar is the global trading currency. We should do our bit to make the euro also effective.
And the dollar and the euro worked in tandem over the past year to great impact.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it also then speaks to the political choices that you have. So from our perspective, it's necessary that to make sure we strengthen that, as opposed to engage in potential efforts that actually take away from our assets.
Thank you for that. I'll take one more from the floor here, and it's about reform of the IMF and the World Bank, which is something we think about a lot. As we run a Bretton Woods 2.0 project, and we're hosting finance ministers all week. There's what the IMF needs to do with this: meetings, there's debt restructuring, there's liquidity, there's support for Ukraine, which we talked about. But going forward, big picture, 77 years of the IMF and the World Bank, of the Bretton Woods institutions, what is the big picture reforms that you think are needed from your perspective? Basically, the question I think we have here, and I'll sort of reinterpret it, is, are they still fit for purpose?
I think it's a perennial question you can ask of many of the international institutions. We have to acknowledge both the UN, Security Council, the Bretton Woods institutions. They're all a product of post-World War II era. And they're reflective of the power balance of that era. There are so many new players. Wealth is distributed differently. Countries have gained in status. So a reform, I think, is always important, but I'm not one, and maybe that's because I spent a lot of my time also discussing reform debates. I'm now more of the tendency to look ahead, build a vision, but at the same time see pragmatically in a world of great uncertainty what can be done to render the institutions we have fitter for purpose.
Yes.
The big epitaph to say fit for purpose is always aspirational. You're never as fit for purpose as, so to speak, the last assignment that you have or the last challenge that you tackled. So for the IMF and the bank in particular, I want them to be much more risk embracing. We think that they do not risk their AAA rating by engaging further, being more forward leaning, looking at taking a quick and grand look at the instruments that they have. And we need to adopt a different posture. I think particularly as OECD countries, we need to engage that conversation differently. But I can't think of system reform without also thinking of the UN that needs to be fitter for purpose, because they're often inhabiting parallel worlds, and the money sits here, but the normative and the aspirational aspects are within the UN. And I think we need to align them more critically. This is where the Mia Motley initiative, so to speak, I think is a very powerful one. And I'm very pleased to also be joining that conversation and partaking in that at the conference in Paris. Let's hope we can actually come up with an action agenda where we deliver. Because it's all about delivery and making the change.
And that's where the credibility comes from. It's about delivering.
Yeah.
And we hope that's what is achieved both at this IMF World Bank meetings and going forward on the road to Marrakesh. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you for being with us this morning at the Atlantic Council. Thank you everyone for joining and watching around the world. We are hosting the Polish Finance Minister in 2 hours from now, so stay tuned. And we look forward to that conversation. That will be our final event of IMF World Bank Week at the Atlantic Council. I want to thank everyone for their participation, for their comments, for their questions. We hope you stay with the Atlantic Council throughout our programming, both today, next week, and on the road to the annual meetings in Marrakesh. Have a good rest of the day.
Good morning. It's my pleasure, my honor actually, to welcome Polish Finance Minister Magdalena Rzeczkowska to the Atlantic Council as part of our series of hosting finance ministers who have found their way to Washington for the IMF week. I'm Daniel Fried with the Geoeconomic Center and the Europe Center of the Atlantic Council. There are three salient facts that frame a discussion with this or with any Polish finance minister. The first fact is that Poland over the past generation has worked a miracle. Poles overthrew communism in 1989 and proceeded to reconstruct their economy from the ruins of the communist system. Very few people thought they would succeed, but they did succeed. In the course of one generation, Poland deepened its democracy and more than tripled, almost quadrupled its GDP. One generation. These were Chinese levels of growth without Chinese methods of political control. That is fact number one. Fact number two is the current stresses on the Polish economy. Inflation, high, though not unique to Poland, growth under some pressure, budgetary pressures, and these pressures are not the result of events in Poland, but are partly the result, largely the result, of the third salient fact, which is a major war to Poland's east in Ukraine. Putin has attacked Ukraine, trying to conquer it. Poland is the logistic base for American and European efforts to support the Ukrainians in their fight for their lives. But the stresses of this war on Poland are significant. And whether it is energy, and Poland has had to redirect its energy supplies, although it was had prepared for that moment for many years, or the disruption of millions of Ukrainian refugees, or whether it's simply the stresses of disruption to European trade. So Poland finds itself on the front lines of freedom once again, building on decades of economic success and democracy. And the Poles know in their bones what it means to lose freedom. They have been a magnificent friend to Ukraine, a great ally of the United States. Polish-American relations perhaps have never been greater. So with those words, it's my pleasure to turn over the discussion to the moderator of today's session. And Charles, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Fried, for those very moving words. It is indeed our very great honor to have the Finance Minister of Poland, Magdalena Rzeczkowska, with us right at the end of what's been a very busy week for the Atlantic Council, organizing meetings with over 10 finance ministers and central bank governors. But this I have very much been looking forward to. So thank you, Minister Rzeczkowska, for coming to see us. It's been an even busier week for you, with all sorts of bilaterals with your usual counterparts and perhaps some slightly less usual counterparts, which is, of course, the virtue of these meetings. It's been a very special Polish week for us as well at the Atlantic Council, because your Prime Minister, Mr. Morawiecki, was with us just yesterday in this room, talking about everything that Poland is doing for Ukraine. We will also discuss that in this session, but I was wondering if we could start with some numbers. The WEO has been released, and the prediction for Polish growth this year is reasonably so, just 0.3 percentage points of growth. That's down 2 on the previous prediction. I think everyone watching would be quite interested in your take on which factors have held back Polish growth. Many of them are to do with the war. There was a very quick recovery from the pandemic, but now we've slowed down. So I was wondering what your take was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me for this debate. And many thanks to Excellency Ambassador for really great words about Poland and about our success, which we managed to build our economy, our country, and build democracy, very strong democracy in Poland. Poland before regaining the democracy and independence, regaining freedom. So thank you for these kind words. Yes, the Polish economy. It is an effect of what we did for many years, building of a strong economy, that Polish economy, Polish fundamentals are very strong and the Polish economy is resilient. And we had first proof of that after the COVID-19 2021. It was a quick rebound of the economy you mentioned, but it was really much faster than the rest of the region, 6.8% of GDP, and starting 2022 with even better result, over 8%. But unfortunately, there was an outbreak of war in Ukraine, and the situation changed, and the economy started to slow down. And the main factors which are difficult and are causing the slower growth is, of course, that the war in Ukraine meant energy prices crisis, higher energy prices, higher food prices, further shortcuts in deliveries in the chains, supply value chains. It meant also the refugees coming from Ukraine, so the support which was needed to help them. It meant also for, of course, the energy prices and the energy crisis, food crisis. It meant higher inflation. This meant that targeted measures to support our households, Polish citizens, but also Polish economy, Polish companies were needed to be introduced. So a lot of factors which a lot of crises, let's say, and factors which really were the demand from the government to be active, proactive with fiscal policy, but also with monetary policy, of course, to fight inflation, but on the other side with fiscal policy to provide security for the economy, security for the households, for the citizens, and for the refugees which came to Poland. But nevertheless, 2022, which was really a demanding year, full of those challenges I referred to. Finally, we have managed also to achieve a growth in our economy by 4.9%, so which is still very good result, and also with quite I'm proud about our deficit level and debt level, because we have finished a year with 3.4% of deficit, to general government, I mean, deficit, and 49.1% of debt. So taking into account the European Union levels, we are one of the champions, because average debt level in the EU is about 90%
yes.
GDP.
Quite a bit lower, and several above 100% in 3 digits. I was reading the Article 4 recommendations that came out this week for Poland. I thought quite a sort of balanced report, recognizing all the efforts that Poland is making on the front line with the war, supporting Ukraine. But there was quite a lot about the fiscal stance, and perhaps a suggestion that some of the measures that needed to be brought in last year, so the inflation protection shield, the reform of the tax, personal tax, those things created a slight stimulus, which in an environment where you want to bring down inflation, may not be the direction you want to keep in permanently. So I was wondering if you could help us imagine how you're going to pull back some of the stimulus to help your central bank rein in inflation.
Year 2022 is already over, so some of the measures were already ended, so withdrawn.
What's been the reaction?
A reaction was good, because we have not withdrawing some of the measures. We have implemented new ones, which were organized differently, with a more targeted aspect, and also like on energy, capping of energy pricing, also having this aspect which will allow for savings and encourage citizens to save energy. So we are monitoring situation. We are rearranging the measures, like other European countries, because we are all under such kind of a pressure. But of course, one might say that the measures which were introduced in 2022 were too broad. The fiscal policy were maybe too broad, but I will not agree with that, because even anti-inflation shield, okay, it was the lowering the VAT to the 0 or 5% for certain kind of goods,
energy,
food, energy mainly, yes. So it's yes, but it was also a lowering inflation for some percentage in 2022. Of course, withdrawing the measures, there was a risk that the inflation will grow. Therefore, we have changed the measures. So, withdrawing the anti-inflation shield, we have introduced capping of energy and heat prices, and also with gas prices, and also with the oil market, the situation stabilized, and it allowed to keep the prices on the level on the stable level. But there were also other challenges, like I said, the heating prices, gas prices, and some transfers to the poorest people to buy coal, buy other sources to heat their houses. They were just needed because we were facing in the summer last year, in early autumn, the very real danger that the winter will be very cold, yes. That people will be freezing. So fortunately, the winter wasn't so cold. It was warm, and we survived. So as I said, anti-inflation shields, they were over, and other measures came in. We have introduced the mortgage holidays also because the increasing of interest rates by the central bank, they made the biggest effect on the mortgages and on the housing markets. So and also they were correct because the inflation in Poland is mostly imported. Inflation comes from the energy prices and food prices in the major part. So to lower the inflation on this by action of the central banks, we have to see what Fed is doing and what European Central Bank is doing. They did also their work, so inflation is dropping down. But for Polish Central Bank, the most important was to slow down economy a bit, but not with causing a hard landing, but rather a mild landing. And it was done by especially to the housing market and to the mortgages. Then the kind
I
of...
could just ask a small question on the mortgages. This is a topic that I think many followers of Poland are familiar with, at least since 2015, with the Swiss franc mortgage episode, which is ongoing. Another recommendation which has been issued in Washington is to do with targeting the mortgage holidays a bit more carefully. Again, a feeling that perhaps the stimulus is misplaced sometimes and that you need to be more targeted. Can you tell us anything you're doing on that?
Yes, it was difficult to target those measures and to draw the line when you are already in need or not. Your income is high enough or not. So we have decided not to really divide people, but to introduce a measure for all, but only for those two years. People were a huge part of people. They just paid in advance their mortgages, so the money was used properly, let's say. And the FX mortgages and Swiss francs mortgages, yes, there's a very important issue which is also doesn't concern only Poland, but it's a global issue. Is financial stability and stability of the banking sector. We have recent cases with examples with American banks, with Credit Suisse. Fortunately, in Poland, our sector is quite resilient and very well supervised. Of course, we monitor situation, but the major risk for our sector is the issue of Swiss francs mortgages and the expected judgment of European Court of Justice. But still, it's not that we are waiting for the big bang, and the solutions were implemented already. Banks are we have the court's judgments on the mortgages, but we have also some settlements which banks propose to their clients, and the number of settlements is growing, and the reserves are already there in banking sector. So it is a challenge, but it is manageable, and we are still in frame of the stability mechanism in Poland, and the institutions responsible for monitoring and supervising the banking sector. We are working on solutions and also we are monitoring situations.
Yes. Thank you. I think it's very interesting on the mortgages and on the stimulus or slightly more conservative stance. If I could take you to a different topic, but one that is fully within your remit. There is 75 billion euros on the line for the Polish budget, depending on whether the EU sends them to Poland. Some of that is the Next-Gen EU funds, about 35, and the remaining is normal structural EU funds, which Poland has received for many years, continues to receive. And I think most people would appreciate Poland has spelled quite well, because we've seen the development of the Polish economy over the past decades. So this does depend on something that isn't within your remit. It depends on judicial reform, and I think the Prime Minister had an opportunity to answer questions on that yesterday. So I'm more interested, if I may, in just what it means as a finance minister to be dealing with the option or not of 75 billion euros coming or not. How do you plan for the two eventualities?
Yes, it's first of all we have to divide two issues because we have less, let's say, less importance, maybe not a good word, but less weighing on a budget part of money, which is the National Recovery Plan, because the money is lower there, and the rest of the funds on the cohesion policy, cohesion funds. And here we are realizing projects, and that money is flowing to Poland, and we are ending the previous perspective, then we are waiting for the other one. For the National Recovery Plan part, the money is important because what we want to do with this money is important. There is mainly green transition, just transition, and digitalization infrastructure investments, so crucial aspects. But we are not waiting, and we are not waiting with realizing the projects because the clock is ticking and time is running. We are using the money which were devoted for the in times of COVID-19 pandemic for the companies, firms, and which were supposed to be returned, and they were returned to our development fund and are used for pre-financing the projects. So when the money will be there, we will just finance with the EU money, and the money will return to the fund. So we are doing our job. Of course, this is very political issue, if the money will be there or not. The reform, according to the European Commission requirements, the amendment to the law has been accepted by the Parliament, but of course there are some doubts. The President has some doubts about the legality and if it is in line with the Constitution or not. And I think it's very good, if there are any doubts, it's better to check it and to have certainty that we are not causing much more trouble than we had before.
Any idea on timing?
I know just recently I had an information that the Constitutional Court will have first sitting at the end of May, and we will see. From that, the procedure will start.
Excellent. I did see in my research for this interview that the investment rate in Poland is lower than it has been. So I think this decision is weighing on investment decisions for the moment. So I think it'll be positive if we do see that decision reached and some of that money coming to Poland. Interesting to hear that you have this alternative source of funding that you've sort of grandfathered from COVID. I think people should also have a look at that, given that Poland is still a very interesting market to people, and that is where I wanted to take you. Poland's stance on investment, Poland's stance also on global development. You've been here for a week now, almost a week, talking to the World Bank, the IMF. I think I'm simply curious about how Poland sees the work of these institutions in your region, but also how they're helping your neighbor, which is fighting a war, Ukraine. We've also had some very interesting meetings with the EBRD, an institution that you know well, this week. So I'm curious about your feeling on the negotiations going on, Poland's stance on reform in those institutions, but also how they can target help to Ukraine.
We are very engaged in cooperation with all the institutions, with World Bank, the World Bank institutions, with IMF and IMF institutions, but also with MDIs. And Poland is one of the, I think that one of the biggest users of the money coming from those institutions in Europe. They are spent for the local municipal investments, for the infrastructure, but also for from EBRD for help to Ukrainians, Ukrainian refugees, for the green transformation in Poland, and many others. And it is very important also that those institutions their answer is timely and proper for the Ukrainian macro-financial stability and also for the quick reconstruction and for the rebuilding of Ukraine in future. We were fighting very much for the IMF fund. It is very good that it has been accepted, that it gives this stability, a kind of a stability for Ukraine for 4 years. So not only just covering some very close budgetary needs, and also for other financial institutions. For Poland, the most important, I think, the closest to heart is the European Investment Bank, because this is the European bank. We have also we want to contribute to the new fund which was created for Ukraine, and I'm very happy that it happened, and the money also will be used there. As for the MDIs, let's say reform and functioning, I think the most important is that they should stick to their mandate on the one hand, and on the other there are new challenges which has to be taken into account. Those challenges are, for instance, in the green transformation, it's for instance the issue of nuclear power, because some of the institutions are not financing, like for instance mentioned by me, the European Investment Bank. Hasn't got it in the portfolio, but I think it is really good to see that it will be also a game changer. It is needed for the security. So this should be taken into account. Another very important aspect is ownership, because sometimes I feel that countries are really forced to be happy with some kind of investments of help, which is not on their priority. So it is important to have this ownership and to be more partners on the instruments which are used.
So sticking to mandates, but also thinking of updating those mandates for common challenges. In that light, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about the 3 Cs initiative. This is something that Poland is pushing very strongly and energetically. It's something that the Atlantic Council is very happy to support. Whenever you're in Washington, I remember a very pleasant dinner where finance ministers from, I think, most of the participating countries got together in DC to talk about the 3 Cs initiative. That was 6 months ago. So what progress has there been, and is there any Ukrainian focus that will emerge from it?
Yes, I was present there, so we were discussing the 3 Cs initiative, but mostly in the frame, let's say,
specifically for Ukraine.
Specifically for Ukraine, yes. So
there's more to say.
That's more to say, but that's good that the 3 Cs initiative includes the issue of Ukraine and the rebuilding of Ukraine in the portfolio. Yesterday, Prime Minister said that the issue of the initiative, 3 Cs initiative, is quite a challenging or difficult, let's say, initiative, because it needs understanding of all parties. It needs cooperation. It needs sometimes some compromise, but it is really an important instrument to leverage the position of the Central and Eastern Europe countries and to build this north-south access in infrastructure, which is really, which is and will be crucial for the future growth of Europe and of the region. So it's good. And taking into account these demands, these needs for the green transformation, for infrastructure, for digitalization, but also for reconstruction, rebuilding of Ukraine, and also for creating some new order, because we are in the middle of creation of new security, new economic order. It is important to have much stronger and resilient instrument and regional cooperation, supporting regional cooperation.
And cognizant as we are of the difficulties, what would you like to see happen first through the 3 Cs initiative? 5 years from now, what would you like to have been achieved? Any priorities?
I think for the most important, it's difficult to say what is the most important. I think, of course, finishing the infrastructural projects which are there, it is important, and the financing is important. And I know that I'm not managing the fund and the 3 Cs initiative, but I know that there are some difficulties with financing of initiatives. But like in every other aspect, I think it's financing and capital will be crucial for all what we want to do and for all what is on our agenda, because we have this, as I said, green transformation and reconstruction of Ukraine. This will need mountains of capital. So it is also worth to see Poland as a hub, regional hub for capital market development, but also for sustainable finance, for ESG data and ESG data hub. And we have such an ambition and such a strategy to develop our own, let's say, national capital market, but also to be a hub for the region and to have such Warsaw capital center, like London has its own Warsaw.
I believe some jobs have moved directly from London to Warsaw. I'm aware of some friends of mine who've made that move.
Yes, because we have what we also do is to encourage not only foreigners but Polish people to come back to Poland and to work for our country in Poland, and we were successful in that.
Absolutely. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to actually talk about the support for Ukraine directly, bilaterally, and also what Poland is advocating for. I mean, Ukraine has been the thread through our whole conversation. We talked about the war being a factor behind the difficulties for the Polish economy. We've talked about reform of the multilateral institutions, and there's a Ukrainian aspect to that. But there's also the bilateral aspect. We've discussed it a little bit before we came in. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what that's like, the volumes involved, and how much effort has gone into it.
Yes, so I will start with the volumes maybe. So from the beginning of the war, 10 million Ukrainian refugees crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border. 1 million decided to stay in Poland. They have received a special social number, and a lot of them is already working. But it's worth to mention that 83% are women. So a lot of Ukrainians which were present at the Polish labor market, they were men which were working in the construction, in the ICT sector, in transportation. Women will not replace them. So, but Polish labor market is very strong, and almost 800,000 new jobs has been created, and Ukrainians find very easily a job in Poland, and that's the good news. The whole package, let's say, of support which Poland gave to Ukraine in 2022, it started from, of course, humanitarian support, hosting refugees. Refugees in Poland, they are treated and they live like an ordinary citizen with all the health care insurance, access to schools, access to kindergartens, access to some social programs, benefits. So ordinary citizens. And there is also an issue of housing, because they're all over Poland, and we are not creating any accommodation center or whatever you call such institutions. So ordinary citizens. Then we had, of course, the military supplies to Ukraine. We have to increase our own budget and military budget, because we have to replace the military equipment which we gave to Ukraine, and also to increase our defense capabilities. So in total, the total amount of the spending for Ukraine, it amounts about up to 2% of GDP, so it is around 50 billion Polish zlotys. It's a really important position in our budget, and unfortunately to say, but we didn't receive so many funds from the European Union and from European funds to cover this support. But nevertheless, it's something which has to be done, because Ukraine is fighting for our future, for our values, for our freedom, and it's just necessary. Of course, there are challenges, like recently the issue of grain, which should be transported to European Union through to third countries through the solidarity lanes. It stayed partially in Poland, and we have a problem now.
Because of the bottleneck?
Yes,
didn't have the capacity.
The capacity, and also because of the pricing differences, and some companies just wanted to earn on that. But the issue is also an European issue, because solidarity lanes should provide for the possibility to go through for the goods to go through and to go to the direction and to be imported into the North African countries where there is a hunger issue. But that didn't happen. So there are some challenges. There are also some good things because Ukrainian refugees, as I said, they are working, they are paying taxes, they are adding to Polish economy. But of course, together with Ukrainian governments, we wish that those people return as soon as possible to Ukraine because this will mean that the war is ended over and we have peace and the Ukraine can grow also and be rebuilt and
hopefully become a prosperous trading partner for Poland. Well, thank you, Mr. Rzeczkowska. I had practiced for this wonderful opportunity to hear the all-important Polish perspective. This actually concludes the public portion of our IMF meetings, IMF World Bank meetings on the sidelines, but it's been an important moment for the Atlantic Council, and I'd like to take this moment to thank everyone that's been involved. And that goes for everyone in events, everyone in operations, everyone in the comms team, of course in the Geoeconomic Center, which has been working extremely hard in the weeks up to this, but also in our partner centers, both geographic and thematic, who've helped us with all the relevant ministers and central bank governors who've come. So it's been a very exciting, though busy week, and the next time we do this will in fact not be in Washington, D.C., it will be in Marrakesh, because this entire exercise, which takes place twice a year in Washington, is being displaced to Marrakesh in Morocco, and we're all very much looking forward to it. Will you be there, Minister?
Yes, I plan
that's
to
wonderful.
be there.
Hopefully you will come to speak to the Atlantic Council again, because we will have a pop-up venue, and hopefully you can come and visit us there.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for your participation. Thank you to everyone watching online, and a special thanks to everyone who's made this week possible. Thank you.